Hello there. Perfect. And I think we should be live now.
I think
Perfect.
so too.
Oh,
Yay!
yay! And I think I already posted it on Instagram and everything. So
I'm going to do the same. I saw you tagged me, so I'm going to find the link and then add it to mine too.
like it's just maybe. Like I
Yes,
don't.
see that we're live.
Yay! We did it. I did it. We did it.
Yes, I was here just for moral support. It was all you in regards to action.
Dude, that's usually me because I'm usually the one that's there for moral support. And
Mhm.
then I don't know. I just like being there for moral support. But hi
Mhm.
everyone. Welcome in.
Mhm.
Welcome. Okay, so I'm pretty sure everybody, I'm pretty sure they know who you are, but if you would like to introduce yourself for those who don't.
Yeah, of course. So I'm Leandra. My own booktube channel is Leandra the TBR0, and I'm just here to have some fun with Karissa. I've got a couple books that I'm kind of juggling at the moment. I think I'm in like this time where I just want something cozy, things that aren't super complex. So at the moment, I've just started trying manga, and so I'm reading Spy Family. I feel like this is probably the what is it, the gateway manga series for people. A lot of times they kind of start with this because it's not as crazy, and then people get hooked, because I'm actually really enjoying it, because it's basically like this family. One of them's a spy, the husband is, the wife is an assassin, and neither one of them knows the other person's like, I guess, career. So they're both kind of lying to protect the nation. And then their daughter, who I think is 4, but they adopted her. So she like lied to them, telling them that she was 6. There's a whole other plot for why she's doing that. But she's a telepath, so she can read their minds. So she knows her parents' positions and how they're secretly. It's honestly, it's very chaotic and it's very funny. So I feel like, yeah, like I feel like this is like perfect for me to just kind of relax with that. So I'm on volume 5, and I'm very close to the end, so I'll probably finish that. And then I have an audiobook getting me into spooky season. I don't know about you, Karissa, but I really am excited. I'm trying to take advantage of like reading spooky fun reads. Are you someone who tends to kind of like throw a few of them in, or you're like, if I read them, I read them?
I mean, like I like to read more Stephen King, like in like now in like October, and then like anything other than that, like it's just like I'll sprinkle them throughout the year.
Yeah.
But it honestly it depends on like what mood I'm in and like what I'm feeling. So I
Yeah.
completely understand.
Yeah, because I feel like for me, it's almost, some people, for those who celebrate Christmas, they might start, in November, kind of getting things together. I'm that way, but with like October. So I like to extend it a little bit and do things in September for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like that's kind of how I am about it. But what are you reading today?
So I am reading the 5th season. I didn't finish it in August because
Honestly, it's a chunky read and it's really complex, isn't it?
yes, like I'm like at that point where like I read I think like 150 pages of it at the beginning of August, and then I put it down because that's like I wasn't in the mood for it, and then it was like I was kind of like a little slumpish in August, which was kind of like not the best time because of the magical readathon and everything.
Right. So many readathons in general. Like I don't think anyone wasn't participating in some kind of readathon in August. So that means everyone was trying to read, and I think it could be overwhelming.
Yeah. So like I didn't participate in like reading as much reading sprints as I would like to. And like I was trying to like host some, but then it's like I ended up canceling at the last minute because it's like I didn't feel like it.
Yeah.
So like I'm gonna give this another go, and then I'm gonna see like I switched to the ebook, see if that would help a little bit. But
Yeah, or even, you know what I did? So for the first one, I owned the physical copy, so I read it physically. But then the second one, I've been reading it with Danny from Danny Dabbles.
yeah,
And so for the second one, I had the ebook and I had the audiobook. And I think that like helped me get through it a bit more quickly. Also, just having someone where we both were like, okay, we're reading this number of chapters a day. If I didn't have her, I would have probably done the same thing with you, where I'd been like, okay, read some of it, take a break, read another book for fun. Not that this book isn't fun, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
just gotta freshen up the brain a bit.
like it's just at this point like I feel like I'm enjoying it more than I did when I read it the first time. I
Mhm.
think I've made it farther than I did the first time, and then
Mhm. How old were you when you, read it the first time, or how many years ago was it?
uh, I was at least 10 years ago.
Oh my
So,
gosh. Yeah, that's crazy.
so it's yeah, it's been a minute. It's been a hot second.
Yeah.
So I don't remember anything, and then going back and like going back into it, it's like I remember
Mhm.
like the negative side of it, but then
Yeah, yeah, it's really there's some really kind of, like, I feel like there's so many content warnings too, that if you're not prepared for those type of triggers, it's yeah, it's kinda crazy. At least you were slightly prepared where you kind of you knew like, even if you didn't fully remember stuff, you're kinda like, "Okay, well, I remember there's some things that I had a difficult time with, whether it was just the storyline or whatever." But yeah, 10 years ago, I don't think I would've you know how you change as readers?
yeah,
I I don't think I would have been able to get through it. Who I was 10 years ago? No. I don't know. It's really interesting to think about that.
I don't know. So like I just between that, like I've put in a couple other books. I finally read The Grace Year at the beginning of this month, so which was
Mm.
okay. And
Mhm.
then I read The Outsider, which I finished, I want to say about a week ago. So I
Mhm.
feel like I had like a couple palette cleansers. So
Yeah.
hopefully that'll
Mhm.
help. And then I also, like, I picked this book up about a year ago too. It's called The 12-Week Year. So I want to
I've
like
never
reread
heard of
this
it.
one. Yeah, I think I made it through like 3 chapters.
Mhm.
And then
Is it fiction or is it nonfiction?
it's nonfiction. And so it says, get more done in 12 weeks than others do in 12 months.
Oh, cool. So it's probably giving you some, like, good tips for, like, how to be more efficient. That's
Like
actually
that and
really
like more productive, I think.
Mhm. Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah. So we'll go, I'll try that. And then if that doesn't work, I'm also listening to Harry Potter.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
like I got a couple of different books that are going on, and
Yeah, I
we'll
know.
see where these sprints go and how much
Yeah,
I
to see what our mood is. I feel like we were juggling different types of readings, so it's like, "Oh, whatever, we'll see what happens."
but like I do have Ninth House like on the back burner just
Mm, mhm, mhm.
in case these ones don't work. So yeah.
Yeah, smart. I have a couple too in front of me, like, I've got this, like, middle grade mystery like, I'm telling you, I want as simple as possible, so I'm going manga, I'm going middle grade, like, I just don't think my brain can handle it, like, this would not be the time for me to try the 5th season, personally. Like, I'm glad
Yeah.
I did it earlier because right now, my brain, as you can see, I'm being very strategic and choosing things that won't make me, like, question life.
Yeah, that's why I went back to like Harry Potter
Mhm.
for a little bit. So
Yeah,
because that
that's a
usually gets me
nostalgic.
out of a slump. So it's
Mhm,
like I
mhm.
understand. It's just like one of those comfort reads, and it helps that I reread them every year.
Mhm. Oh, that's so cute. I don't know. I don't think I knew that you reread them every single year.
Yeah,
That's really cute. Yeah. I
I
gotta
feel like
do that. I gotta find, like, a series that I like to reread for coziness because I think that there's little nuggets that you find every single time
yeah,
where you're like, "Oh, yeah, that's right. That was so nice." Mhm.
yeah. And then going back and like comparing them to the movies, I'm just like that didn't
Mhm.
happen in the book, or that happened in the book, but like
Mhm.
stuff like that. Like it's just like kind of drives me nuts. But like I understand why they took some out.
Yeah, and you're imagining sometime, I guess once I don't know how much time it'll take, but I imagine they'll have readaptations of some sort. Someday, someone has to do something. It might not be films, could be a TV series, but like certain, like this isn't a great example, but I'm a big mystery reader. So, like Agatha Christie, the number of times her characters have been remade, it's crazy. And now we've got these new Poirot movies coming out. Like, have you heard A Haunting in Venice just came out this past week? And
Oh,
that's a retelling of Halloween Party, and, like, it's the Kenneth Branagh guy. Who is he? He was in Harry Potter. He was in one of the movies. He was the guy who stole, like, other, like, wizards, like, spells and things, and their adventures.
the blonde haired guy.
Yeah, the blonde hair guy
Okay.
who was, like, all drama, and he was actually a horrible wizard. Yeah, so he's playing now that he's, like, older, he's, directing and like being Poirot. So he's remade Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, and now he's done Halloween Party, but they're rebranding it and calling it A Haunting in Venice. But like Murder on the Orient Express and all those have been remade like 3 or 4 times. So like I feel like you just have to wait a few, like, because it was like originally published, I think, in the 1930s or something like that. So I feel like we just have to wait like a couple decades maybe, and then suddenly, which I know is a long time, but like I feel like there's no way that in our lifetime we're only going to see Harry Potter created once. I feel like, I don't know.
Yeah, like it kind of makes me nervous because it's like I don't
Yeah,
know.
it might not be a fun experience.
Because it's like I grew up with like these characters and like who played them, or like the people who played these characters for so long. It's like
Yeah.
watching somebody else. It'd be weird.
Yeah, and you'd wonder what changes, like, because now they've got the books as a reference, but they also have the movies as a reference. So, like, what would they take from each of those? And then, yeah, like, would they completely rewrite it, or would they, like, base it off of the movies? Because sometimes that happens too, where they, like, certain changes in the movies, they'll keep those changes because they're basing it off of the movie when they should be basing it off of the book.
Yeah.
It gets complicated.
Yeah. Like, that's kind of like what's going to break my heart.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised they didn't remake The Wizard of Oz.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I was like, are they going to end up ever doing that? Or is that just like a classic? And then I watched Hocus Pocus last weekend. And I'm surprised they didn't remake that one either.
I know, because you think about like when they came out and you're like, okay, like if they did remake it, I don't think anyone would be surprised saying it's too soon. But the tough thing is they are such classics now, you know? So, but they are like remaking, I guess right now, I think the trend at the moment is remaking animated films into like live action stuff. You know, like there's been a lot of talk about, obviously we had The Little Mermaid, and now there's been, what is it, the Snow White, but I know that one's had a lot of like controversy, I guess, because of the main actress. I think she's just really young and they didn't really coach her in how to like advertise for it, but they're remaking Snow White as live action. So I think right now that's like the era we're in, is that a lot of people are like pulling animated films and being like, let's use real people. So I don't know. We'll see if they ever start remaking classics that are already live action. Also with The Wizard of Oz, I do this and then we can sprint soon because I feel like now we're getting all chatty and this is my favorite part. I do this thing at the library. We have this event. It's called like Silent Study Hall, or, you know, like silent reading. So we go for an hour and people just come and show up and we all just read together for an hour silently. It's very sweet. Like, it's very nice. It's like this kind of communal area. And this one woman who comes, she's apparently rereading the original Wizard of Oz, but apparently it's like 12 books or something like that, the original. And they only remade the, like, you know, the one movie, and they've also apparently kind of like blended in a couple of the books. Like I guess she was saying that she's on book 2 or 3 and they've only now met like the Good Witch, right? So it's like, but wait a second, we meet like, so it's like there's multiple witches like of the north, the south, east, west, but like we are like, so the movie only kind of covered a little bit of it, but if you look it up, apparently there's like many books that follow like Dorothy's travels through it, and it's like we didn't know that.
That's insane, actually. Man.
Yeah. So there's an opportunity. They could totally make like a movie series with multiple, you know, like follow it based on the true books rather than.
I feel like that'd be more fun to do like a TV show, like so much from like each book and like each season. Like, I feel like I would follow more of a TV show than I would a movie, because it's like I can't sit. I don't like to sit like that long and watch like the same. I don't know.
I'm the same way. I honestly, I don't watch movies as frequently as I do like TV shows, because I feel like also, I don't know, there's a difference between a movie might be 2 hours and a TV show, 2 episodes or 2 hours. I might sit down and watch 2 episodes, which is kind of a movie. Knowledge that like after that first episode, if I wanted to, I could walk away. But it feels like watch half a movie and walk away and be like, oh, I'll finish it later. Like that just, I don't know.
Yeah, because at that point you're like, you're invested in it, and then it's just like I don't want to like just get up and turn it off and walk away. And
Mhm.
There's no way. Like I feel bad doing that in the middle of like a like actual TV episode, just like getting up in the middle of and walking away.
Mhm, mhm.
So like imagine doing
Yeah.
that for a movie,
Yeah, and
especially if
TV
you're like
shows give you
binge
that
it.
natural break where you're like, "Okay, oh, I just have 10 more minutes, and then I have a natural break if I wanna walk away from it."
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm kind of weird, but like it's
No, I
just
totally agree with you. We are weird then, the 2 of us, because I think you're talking sense.
see sometimes like I feel like it makes more sense in my head than like me
Mhm.
explaining it. It's like the worst, like the hard part of it. So
Yeah, like translating it. You're like, "It makes sense up here, but can I
yeah,
translate it so that other people know what I'm talking about?"
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Okay, so normally how I do these
Mhm.
is like I'll do like a 45-minute sprint-ish to begin with,
Mhm.
and then go from there.
That
So
works for me.
yeah, I like to like have people be able to filter in, but we
Mhm.
have I don't know if they're still here, but hi,
Mhm.
I didn't even see that come in. But I'm just I'm kind of like I don't usually plan these at all. I just like
Mhm.
go off by like whoops. I like
Uh-oh. It's fine. Everyone just gets to see my face a little bit more. I'm sure Carissa will arrive. We'll see her again. If anyone's watching and they aren't sure what's happening, let us know in the comments what you're reading. What's going on? Per usual, Sundays we just have a bit of chaos. Yay!
hi, I don't know what
Yahoo!
that was. I don't think my computer likes me. So
Oh no, that's okay. You know what? We'll have it warm up to us. Your computer. We just gotta talk sweetly to it. Be like, you're a good computer. We really appreciate you.
like that's my I don't know. That's my luck.
Yeah,
And I
it
feel
was a
like
good test for me because when I was suddenly by myself, I was like, what can I say to keep people entertained? And then nothing. I had nothing on my brain. So there we are.
I don't know. Like me in real life, like I'm like the most scatterbrained person ever. Like I feel like I try to do so much at once and
Mhm.
then nothing gets done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very relatable though.
Yeah. Okay, so we will start with our first 45-minute sprint, and then we'll see you back in about 45 minutes.
All right. See you then.
Fair deal.
Hello.
Hello. 45 minutes went like really fast.
I know, didn't it? Sometimes it goes a bit slower, but other times it's like, oh my gosh, we need to get back online.
Like it was weird. But how'd you do?
Well, you knew I didn't have much left, so I finished volume 5 for Spy Family, and it's just so cute. There's also this pet dog, and it's very sweet. So I am probably going to give it 5 stars. I've given like every single volume 5 stars just because it's so wholesome and fun, and like I feel like I could just reread them for enjoyment. So I've been borrowing them from the library because I tend to like, I don't know, when you're not really sure if you're going to love a book, I feel like I got to borrow from the library if I love it. And I'm like, okay, I could see myself rereading it, then I'll buy it. So now I'm going to eventually buy volumes 4 and 5 to add to my volumes 1 through 3 that I already own. And then my plan for next sprint is going to be, I don't know if you can see it, but it's called Extra Normal. It's the middle grade spooky, and it's by the author Kate Alice Marshall. I hadn't realized this when I started it. I was like, Kate Alice Marshall. I feel like I've heard of her name before, but she's the author of this kind of it's been going around the circuit since it was published. I think it's called What Lies in the Woods, which is an adult thriller. And I read that like this summer, and I was like, oh my gosh, that's why I know it, because I've actually read something by her. But it's hard to associate when authors switch, like adult thriller, and now it's like campy, spooky middle grade. Like authors are so versatile, and I always forget that.
Yeah.
So next sprint, I'm going to jump back into that, and it's very fun. I've really enjoyed it so far. I'll probably clean my apartment as I listen. But how did your sprint go?
Not bad. I got to chapter 4 of the 12-week year. So I got to the part where I think I stopped the first time. And it was really good to like go back and see like my annotations in it and see what I've underlined or highlighted. So that's really all the reading that I did. And then I went and like changed out the laundry and stuff. So like it was more
reading and productivity in one sprint.
Yeah. But it doesn't usually happen. Like I feel like it's gotten like I don't know, like a burst of like getting stuff done because I have to go back to work tomorrow, and I gotta watch the t-shirts that we use. So
yeah. It's one of those things where you're like, okay, I've got the weekend to relax, but it's also the weekend. Like a day off is actually more so time to get things done that you didn't have time to do while you're working. And it's like, but I want to relax. But it's like, no, you've got to do laundry and things so you're prepared for the week. And so really it's never a break. We never have a break.
And this is why I wish we had like 3-day weekends. Because use that like first one to relax a little bit, and then
wouldn't that be lovely? Are you did you have the same kind of like things that you underlined where you were like, oh yeah, like I agree that those are still, impactful or thoughtful, or were you kind of like, oh, like I can't believe I underlined that?
I mean, some of them were like that, but like I feel like some of them still pretty much like applied. So like it's just like on some of them I went and like restart them because it's like I feel like if they still apply, like why not kind of make that distinction of like, and then some of them are just kind of like, well, maybe I shouldn't have underlined that the first time. I don't know.
It's interesting though to see like what you think is important the first time around and what you don't. I don't read nonfiction enough. I think I need to read more of it, but I'm always a bit slower reading it. Like I feel like it takes me longer to finish a nonfiction book than it does for me to finish a fiction one, and so I think that's why I'm always a bit like, do I want to read nonfiction, even though you can learn so much from it, obviously.
I mean, it depends. Like, if I hear enough about it, because that's how it was with this one. Is like I've heard like so many things about it, and then I bought it, and then it's just like sat on my shelf for. I think I jumped right into it when I first got it, and then I put it down, and then it's been on like my shelf for probably about a year.
Yeah, I want to get better at that, where when you buy a book, you immediately start reading it. But I feel like it's too often that I buy it like, oh, I'm so excited, and then now that I own it, I'm like, okay, anyway, I want to read something else. And it's like, but no, I bought this. I should, like, what was the point of me buying it now then if I'm not going to read it for an entire year or something? But I think we all do that.
I feel like I lack that urgency once I buy a book to actually
Yeah.
read it. As if I were to like check it out from the library, then it's like I'm more inclined to read it than
Yeah.
have it sit. Because like I only get a month to read it, and then I don't know if somebody else wants like just put a hold on it or anything. So like I feel like I want to like actually sit and read it.
Yeah. I used to have that urgency, but now that I work at a library, I feel like it's too easy for me to be like, well, I could always get it again. Like, I'm going to be working at the library on these days. So if I ever want to read it again, I can do that. So it's like, Leandra, you're creating barriers. Like, come on. So now I'm like, oh, well. So I have no urgency.
I would love to work at a library, but then I feel like it's just like all the books that you see, it's like I really want to read that, and then I want to read this. So I completely get it.
Yeah, especially because like with every month we get new books, and in my library we have like a section where it's like new books, and like we've got little tags that say like, oh, we just got it in September or just got it in August. And so with every passing month I'm like, ooh, new releases, this looks exciting. So I just keep adding books to borrowing myself, and now I literally have like a dozen books, like physical books that I've borrowed, and I'm just like, oh, they're too overwhelming, and so now I'm not reading any of them, and I'm like, what am I doing? Like, it's just so silly.
Like at the library that I go to, like then all the new releases they have like on a shelf, and then depending on like how new they are, you only get like 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like I'm a really slow reader, so it's like me realistically getting a book read in like a week, maybe 2 weeks is kind of like a stretch.
Yeah. That's when like the time limit's worse because you feel like it's too much pressure. I think a month is the right amount of pressure because you're like, okay, even if I just read a couple chapters a day, by the end of the month, I'll definitely finish it, right? Whereas like the week, it's like, I got to drop everything. Laundry's not getting done. Dishes aren't getting done. Like I need to read this book, and it's just too overwhelming when they only give you like a week or two.
Yeah, and it depends on like how fast I can get into a book. Ooh, a pup. I think that's our neighbor's dog.
Puppy.
Yeah, it was like this little blonde dog.
Aw. Oh, did I hear it too?
Yeah. I don't know if it's our neighbors or not. Like he came into like our driveway. But he looks so cute.
Aw, he's enjoying the sunshine too.
I am barking like a madman out there.
Yeah, honestly, I guess that's what dogs do. I always do that. Like I live in kind of a neighborhood here where across the street you always hear the dogs, and you're like, oh, they're seeing something. Something's intriguing them.
That's how my parents' cat is with like squirrels and birds. Like since like the porch is screened in, like she can't like jump over like the gate thingy. So she'll like stare intently and then like go like run across. It's kind of funny. But.
Yeah, I love cats. If I could, my apartment where I live now, they don't allow cats. But my parents, they have like our family cat, and I'm like, oh, I miss him. Like I wonder what he's doing, because he's a goofball too, where he kind of has a few dog qualities where he follows my parents when they're gardening in the yard. Like wherever they are, he'll just kind of follow them as they make their way. And so he's very much just like a companion kind of pet. So I'm like, oh, I love cats.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna look for. Like when I like eventually find the right apartment again, make sure they have cats, because it's like I mean, even though they don't talk to you, it's like I kind of miss it.
Yeah,
like,
they talk like non-verbally. Like they like what you feel so honored when they sit on your lap. You're like, ah, that's the best companionship ever. I've also heard that it de-stresses you as soon as you start hearing them purr. So like I feel like they're the best kind of companion. So I support that. The next time I move, I'm gonna try to make sure to find like an apartment that like lets you have pets. But it's hard. This is a hard time to find any type of decent living situation. Let's be honest.
Like, I've realized that like more apartments are like, even if you rent like a house, that they'll bend a rule for like you to have a cat more often than to have a dog, because apparently like cats are cleaner. I don't know if that's true, but like
I think cats are cleaner, and like the likelihood that they'll be less destructive, like whereas dogs might like tear something up. I think dogs tend to be louder too, so like disturbances, like like other neighbors being like frustrated. Plus, like there's no question of size. Like no cats are larger than like even like the largest cat is, I don't know, like no more than maybe like 18 pounds or something like that. Like that's a big cat. Whereas like a dog, there's like a like sometimes they'll do provisions where they'll be like, okay, you can have a dog, but it has to be like a small dog or something. So I think, yeah, the dogs, there's just a lot more like people are kind of like about it, which I understand. They're also a lot of work.
Yeah.
Whereas like with cats, you have a litter box, they could just be an indoor cat. Whereas dogs, you 100% have to let them out so that they can, you know, do their business and everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I feel like dogs are like a little snugglier, and like
Oh
I
yeah.
feel like cats are just like I feel like sometimes they can be mean.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. The dogs are the ones that just like they always look at you so lovingly. They're like, "Yay, you're home."
Yeah.
Whereas cats are like, "Okay, my food bowl's empty, so please do
Just
that
like
when
I
you
need food.
can anyway."
Or it's like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like if you earn the love of a cat, it feels like, yeah, it feels like you've done something. Whereas
yeah,
a dog, it's like I didn't do anything. I'm the first thing you made eye contact with. Kind of like with ducklings. Like, isn't that the idea of like the first thing they see, they think you're their mother, so they start
yeah,
following you? I'm like, that's what a dog is. Like, which is lovely though, if that's what you want for sure.
yeah. I get it. I don't know. Like I'm kind of debating. Like I want to get two, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
yeah. So then it's like when I'm not there, like they have someone else to bug, and
Yeah,
then
so they have friends.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I think it's harder when you have a solo animal because you're like, when you're gone, it's like they're just alone. That is sad. Yeah, I agree. Plus, also, like if you're adopting, I feel like that's lovely for like the shelter for you to be like, hey, like a cute two companions, and then like you get like two pets that are already kind of friendly with each other, and then it's a little bit nicer for them. And you've like, saved two animals. So, yeah.
yeah. But like I really want to call them Bonnie and Clyde. Like that's like the big like
So cute. Yes. Then of course you've got to get two. You can't just have
yeah.
one Bonnie. You can't just have one Clyde. That's a two pet kind of situation for
So
sure.
I'm kind of weird. I'm just like that's like perfect names. So like
Yeah.
two cats. And just,
There's this one that I've seen on like social media, and like there are two cats. One's called Mac and the other one's called Cheese. And I'm like, that's so cute.
that's funny.
Yeah, I was like, you definitely like I think it's a really fun thing to make a theme of names. Like even if you just get one animal and you get another, they've got a pair. You got to find some type of,
Yeah.
yeah, it's cute.
Like I want to get them when they're like babies. So
Oh
that
yeah.
it's just like then like they're just.
So they
I
just
mean,
grow
other
up
than
together the entire time.
I mean,
But
other
then you
than
can't get mad if they get into mischief because Bonnie and Clyde, you got to be okay with them being a little mischievous with that kind
yeah,
of history.
yeah. I mean, other than like, I feel like Ferris could kind of be like that too. Like I,
Mm,
because I feel like they're like little. They get into
yeah,
a lot
for
of
sure.
trouble. I mean, just by like one by themselves.
Yeah, actually, probably more trouble. I feel like when they're alone, they're like, "Well, I've got nothing else to lose." Where together, it's like, "Okay, together we can at least have fun together." And maybe if you do something, maybe I'll get blamed. Maybe that's not their mentality, but
That's horrible though. Okay. But anyways, but yeah. So I think I might make like our next sprint a little longer because I'm getting hungry.
oh, that's fine by me.
Yeah, it's almost 1:15, so
Yeah, it is. It either past lunchtime or at least by the end of our next sprint, it'll be past lunchtime. So
yeah. So I probably an hour
that
ish.
works for me. Yeah, I'm totally fine with an hour.
Yeah, that gives me time to go eat, and then yeah,
hmm
probably be a little more productive. Well, I highly doubt it, but we'll see.
Well, maybe we'll get food in our stomachs, and then maybe we'll be ready to be a bit more productive as well.
But like, I always feel like I want to take a nap, like after lunch, like depending on
That's
what I
the
eat.
risk. Yeah, maybe our next sprint can just be potential nap time. We can schedule that in. Be like, if you want, this will be the time to nap.
That's exactly. But anyways, so I will see you in about an hour.
Sounds good.
Okay, there we go. Hi.
Hello.
Holy cow. Sorry, a little bit of a change of scenery. There's like my dad is mowing, so
Mm,
we kind of just for a minute, at least for
had to
like the
relocate.
yeah. So I think he's almost done, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's okay. You can be cozy on the couch for a little bit.
For a minute. So, how did you do?
Well, I had some food. So I had a sandwich. I'm feeling good. And then I continued. I've got the audiobook I was mentioning, Extra Normal. It's really short. It's only about 6 hours if you were listening to it on one time speed. So I'm listening to it a little bit higher, but I'm taking my time because I'm okay with just like, enjoying it, not kind of getting through it too quickly. But I'm about 31% through. And as I was listening to it, I've been kind of like cleaning my apartment, which is overdue. So it's very much needed, but I think it's kind of perfect to be listening to a little bit of campy, spooky atmosphere while cleaning on kind of a rainy day where I am. And so I've been enjoying it. It's kind of playing on certain tropes of like, new neighbors moved across the street and they seem a little bit too nice, kind of like Stepford Wives, the idea of like smiling, but it's like this weird hollow smile. And so our main character is like very much on edge, wondering like, who are these people? Like, are they like, what are like, why am I getting bad vibes when they're being so nice? But yeah, so like I'm enjoying the kind of spooky atmosphere. How about you?
I made a little bit of progress in the fifth season. I
Mm,
also had some lunch, and
nice.
then I want to say I made maybe like 5%, a
Mhm.
5% chunk. But
Nice.
so
Where
far,
are you in the fifth season about? Like, what kind of is going on at the moment?
I forgot what her name is, and
I
I
don't.
don't.
It's also like mainly women, right? Like, it's like every single
Yeah.
main character in that one is a woman. So it's sometimes hard to kind of like remember who's who.
It's the one that I think is in second person, where like you're going
Oh
from like
yes, the you format where it's like you're doing this and then you think that.
I'm in
Yeah.
I'm in her perspective right now. And I forgot what
Hmm.
her name is, but like I'm at the part where she met like the boy little. I don't know if he's like
Hmm.
I don't know how old
Yes,
he
the
is,
boy who's yeah, so I think her name's Essen or something like that. Yeah, and she
something
meets
like
this
that.
boy that because it's like
So
it's after the crazy chaos, right? And then suddenly this boy who's like alone,
yeah,
she's like, should I take him with me or what's going on?
so like I'm at a little bit past that where they're like at like so I wouldn't say it's like a hotel type thing, but like they
Yeah.
it was after like everybody was like the chaos of it, and they went back to go fill up like her canteen and everything, and they met this lady, and like
Hmm.
this I swear it was like a crazy like squirrel of what I was envisioning, and it like bit him on the hand. So I just got past that part. So
Oh my gosh. Well, he's one of my favorite characters. I really like him. So as you kind of like, I don't know, their dynamic is really fun. I really like that little boy because he's so mysterious, but he's also very cutely like he's like odd. He's very weird. But yeah, that's a good part. That's a really fun part that you're in. Cool.
so like I'm just like what's I don't know where I'm getting like a crazy like squirrel from. They were like
They
describing
are
like this
described as kind of like dogs, aren't they?
yeah
Like in regards to being a pet, but then like when the season happens, they suddenly like go crazy and then
yeah
I think they like eat humans and it's like what's going on?
they said something about like Ash and like I was like that's really weird.
Yeah.
And like I wouldn't want like because they were saying like this dog is like almost like close to like 100 pounds ish. So
Hmm.
imagine like getting
Yeah,
it
a
like one of
huge
those.
squirrel dog
Yeah.
causing havoc.
So like it's kind of like creeped me out, and I'm just like I'm like I wouldn't want to like mess
Yeah.
with that thing, and
Mm-mm.
so we shall see where that goes in like the aftermath. And
Hmm. Hmm.
kind of nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a lot. It's so funny to like think back because now like I know what happened, so I'm like, oh, a lot is got still to come for you.
Yeah, so I'm kind of scared,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
but it's like I want to know.
Yeah.
So it's just like I it's like part of me doesn't want to like continue reading it, but like it's like out of curiosity, it's like
Hmm.
what's going on?
I
But
agree. Yeah. It looks like Ro joined us in the comments, which was lovely.
yeah, hi. I
Hey,
think we're in
Ro.
like, the middle of our sprint when he popped in.
Hmm.
Another gay, another gay manga romance. Oh my goodness, recommendation. Can I
It's
not
Sunday.
read? Our not so lonely planet travel guide. How do you?
That is an awesome name. I love that, like the title of that.
I feel like it'd be like far fetched a little bit, or like they. I
Mhm.
feel like time travel is like what I'm getting from it. Maybe.
Yeah, like time travel, or it's very like space opera-y. Because if it's like planet traveling, like I always think of space opera. Um, but very cool. I've Googled it, so you know what I'm gonna do, Ro. I'm gonna look to see if my library has it, and then I'm gonna join you.
I don't know how to pronounce like half of these guys' names.
I know it can be intimidating. Asahi Suzumura, I think. Yeah, it's always like a question of pronunciation, but yeah.
This is a vacation around the world, and when they go back to Japan. Okay.
Oh, like an odd couple. That's really cute.
That's
So they're kind of
personality
like
wise.
mixed matched. Yeah, yeah. Like super serious versus laid back. I love that dynamic. It's almost like it's very much like the sun like the what is it called? Grumpy sunshine trope. This kind of idea of they're the odd couple, you wouldn't expect them to be together, but they just kind of work out. That sounds awesome.
After after all, they're not just learning about the world, but learning about themselves too. It makes sense.
Yes, we love that. That's really cute. That sounds awesome. I'm definitely gonna look that up. Even I was kind of looking at the covers, and the covers look very fun as well. Yeah.
I love
Oh.
when I love when authors have like super fun covers because it
Mhm.
makes it like I feel like I'd gravitated towards it more often.
Mhm. Yeah.
So
Well, especially with like manga, because I'm imagining like with those like graphic novels or manga, like you can trust that like the creator of the story, if they are also the illustrator, they get a lot of choice, or at
yeah,
least like the illustrator who's doing it, they've got to create the characters on the thing. Whereas obviously those who are in a bit more mainstream, like traditional publishing, like with the novel, it's like the author hopes that it's a nice cover and they hope that they like it, and it's kind of a chancy thing with how much you get to put your preferences on. Because I work for this podcast, and the creator of it, she's coming out with this book. It's nonfiction, and it's about like hypochondria and just that kind of industry. So it's not so yeah, it's very interesting, where she like interviews experts and like how we deal with that type of situation like in modern days. And she was telling me how with the cover, it was like sent to her, and she kind of was like, like, okay, like, what do we think about it? And like, no one she showed it to really liked it. Like, I didn't like it. I thought it looked more textbooky. So she kind of came back to the publisher and was like, well, we'll see what they decide to do. Cause she's in the UK. So the UK publisher had like a horrible cover. The American publisher had a really nice one. But yeah, with the UK one, she recently went to a meeting and she was kind of looking around the room. And she's like, "Oh, I don't see the cover illustrator here. I would have liked to speak with them and see what we could do about the cover." And so when she brought it up, they're like, "Oh yeah, so and so doesn't work with us anymore. We've hired someone else." So it's like, "Oh no, there must have been enough authors and enough kind of people saying we don't like this style," which is kind of upsetting, for the person who obviously had the job. But yeah, like it's an interesting kind of way to see like how you change a cover and how you can keep it. And yeah, like it can make or break it too. Like if a cover doesn't look that interesting or it's not as eye-catching or something, like you just it won't,
I won't pick it
I
up.
don't know, on social media it won't spread, people won't be like grabbing it as much, I don't know.
I mean, unless it's like an author that I've read from before and is like
Mhm.
well established, then it's like I'll look past it because it's like I know their writing style, and then like
Exactly.
if they're like a person for me or not. But like
Mhm.
if it's like a first time author, it's like that cover is like a big deal. It could be like the most fantastic book in the world, but
Mhm.
I just don't want the cover.
Yeah, that's a great point. The idea, like, it's scarier for a debut author because you're like, this is the beginning of what potentially could be a brand, especially because sometimes you kind of notice that when authors are publishing multiple things, they do kind of start having this style. like even if it's like not a series, like you can kind of see like with the font.
Yeah.
There's one author, I've never read anything by her, but like Colleen Hoover, for a lot of her books, you can kind of tell based on like the font being used that they're kind of coordinated together. So yeah, that like that's the start. If the first book is horribly marketed and the cover looks horrible, then it's like, okay, but now what happens with the next books?
I mean, even like later down the road, because it's like Cassandra Clare uses a lot of the same fonts in her books.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I mean, I've tried to like, even with her, I've read like multiple books by her too, and I don't think I've read. I've pretty much the only series I like by her is the Infernal Devices.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I mean, even with those, they're like super cohesive, and like with like the second trilogy about like their kids, like I
Mm-hmm.
feel like they go really well together. I don't know
Yeah,
if
no,
that
that's a
was
good
your
point.
thought.
Yeah. I know there was also there was a time, especially with like YA stuff, I feel like, when we just would have like people on the cover, like you'd pay a model, I suppose, and it'd be a random person's face. But now I think we've gotten a bit more like where it'll be an illustrated group of people, or it'll be kind of a more generic cover. But like people on the cover, I'm always like, don't do that. Like real human people.
Yeah. Action manga are canceled far quicker than romance ones. Wow, I didn't know that. I'm not a really big like a manga reader though,
Hmm.
so I would have thought about that. Like I'm not a romance reader either, anyways.
Hmm.
So like I would go more towards like the action ones, anyways.
Hmm.
But,
Yeah, that is interesting. Especially when if we're thinking about like chapters, the idea of like 30 chapters, is that as in like chapters being volumes? Because in my opinion, like 30 volumes, that's like a still
that's a
seems really
lot.
successful, but maybe in manga that doesn't seem super successful. Like I know what it like a lot of people talk about the One Piece series, which is very big now. Like I want to say like maybe it has like 100 volumes or something.
Oh goodness.
So like I guess in that perspective, that kind of makes sense that 30 doesn't seem like a lot. Um, that's in I feel like the romance market, that's surprising. I wonder if I'm imagining action manga is older than romance manga, but maybe I don't know. I don't know enough. I wouldn't know, but it's interesting to see that romance is taking more precedent, you know?
Yeah, I would have no idea where to start with
Oh.
manga.
Mhm. 6 chapters are in a volume. Yeah, then that is quite short because then that means like what? You're only getting 5 books? Like
That's
5
crazy.
volumes? That does seem really short. That's weird.
I don't know how I'd feel about that.
Yeah. I wonder how like the industry feels about it. It's probably like chancier then. I wonder if it's less likely for someone like a publisher. Like I don't know how strategic it is in saying, well, we should probably brand more romances then because people will buy them more. It'll be a longer series versus those who want to do action packed ones. Um, or I'm wondering too if a lot of more action ones will like include a bit of a subplot romance to like keep that kind of industry exciting, because like a lot of like you see that with like fantasy, with
Yeah.
sci-fi, like all of these ones where maybe the romance isn't the focus, but I feel like it's rare when I read any book that doesn't have some type of romantic subplot. Like it's a range of how much they focus on the romance, but even mysteries, I feel like a lot of times you'll see like two characters having some type of chemistry and you're like, okay, like there's something there, which
Yeah,
is also
I'm not
interesting.
the biggest fan of like making that shift. So like,
Mm-hmm.
if it's not marketed to me, like it has like a romance subplot or something, then
Mm-hmm.
like I'm more likely to put it down. I think.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because it's like if I am aware going in, then it's just like that I know what to expect.
Yeah, because like then if they're suddenly shifting, you're like, wait, I didn't sign up for this. Like maybe I want to know more about that other thing, but now we're putting too much on the page that I am not interested in. That makes sense. Yeah.
It drives me. It drives me insane. Uh, currently in
Yona
volume.
of the Dawn. Ooh, yeah, volume 32. I guess, okay, that intimidates me, but also knowing that it doesn't take very long to get through them. Like it's up here. You missed it, but in the first sprint, I finished Spy Family Volume 5, which is very exciting. So I'm just chugging away, but obviously it only takes maybe, like for me, I don't know if that's slow, but it takes me a couple hours to get through a manga, because I kind of like to take my time and look through the like little images and everything and get the facial expressions. But still, the idea of 32 volumes to catch up to feels intimidating.
Like even Heartstopper, it takes me a couple hours to read just one volume.
Yeah. Yeah, it always surprises me when someone like can get through it in like an hour. They're like, "Oh yeah, just sit down." An hour, and I'm like, "What are you flipping through it like crazy?
Yeah.
Like you're not even getting the story." Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my god, so goofy.
I don't know. I'm just like a super slow reader in general. So I'm like, if you pop like a manga in front of me, it's like, of course I'm gonna look at the pictures.
Yeah, it's like, oh, fun distractions. I'm still a slow reader, but I was an especially slow reader when I was growing up, and I think that's why I wasn't a big reader until my adulthood, and then now I'm a big reader. Yeah, Ro, you crazy? Are you serious? 90 minutes. That is so quick. I guess it also depends on how long the manga
I feel
is.
like it's not that bad though. Like an hour, like it's just. I mean, it's still kind of fast, but like.
I suppose that's true, because if we're thinking like in 45 minutes is half of 90. So it'd be like this takes 45 minutes, this takes 45 minutes. Maybe that actually doesn't. Maybe I should start timing myself. so I can be a bit more accurate about my thoughts, because maybe I'm reading through them quicker than I think.
That's why
I do tend to do it in one sitting. Like usually I like sometimes I'll go between a day or two, but you can do it in one sitting for sure. I've done that.
That's why I go back and forth between like audiobooks,
like
my Kindle, and like the physical copy, because it's like I tend to read faster on my Kindle. So like,
do you know why? Do you wonder why? Like, do you have like a theory about why you're faster on a Kindle?
I don't know if it's like the convenience of it, because I take my Kindle everywhere, and then like it's like I can read at nighttime and then not have a light on. So I don't. I'm pretty sure those are like the big things, but it's just it's just the fact that I can take it like anywhere that I want and then be able to pull it out and then just sit there and read for a couple minutes.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've gotten better about it. Like I'm a newbie to the Kindle, and so I like only recently been like, oh, I can carry this with me.
Yeah.
And it's just lighter, it's smaller. So I've been trying to like use it more, where like maybe I'll have 2 books at a time, and I'll have like the physical book is something like I read at home, but then when I'm walking around, I will have like, a digital thing to read too. So that makes sense.
Yeah. That's why I appreciate it. I read digital manga faster though.
Yeah, I was going to actually, bro, I'm glad you brought this up, because I was going to ask you about the idea of reading digital manga. Like, because I'm thinking too, as far as, like, I'm not sure if you have a Kindle or a different type of e-reader, but like, because you read manga right to left, would you have to click on the left-hand side do you know what I mean? With the Kindle, like you would click on the right-hand side for it to kind of keep going.
Yeah.
But because you read manga oppositely, do you click the left-hand side?
Unless I have it like formatted to like go like the regular way.
Yeah.
Or like our regular way, but like.
Yeah, like unless it's but even so, the bubbles, like you've got to read all of the bubbles right to left. So it wouldn't make sense for you to keep hitting right. Feel like you're reading to the right. Versus like I suppose if you read on your phone, like if you've got Hoopla, you can sometimes, like I've read like graphic novels on my phone with Hoopla, and like you can like you kind of scroll. So I'm wondering if it would make more sense where you can just kind of keep scrolling like that on your phone. But I don't know why, but with the e-reader, it's like, wait, how do I, like tapping on the left-hand side, it's the smallest thing, but I feel like I'd have to like keep track of what I'm doing. Oh, Ro has an answer.
I scroll up to down. Up to down?
Oh, is that another way to I'm so new to the Kindle that I don't realize that's another way for you to, like, flip the page is going, oh, up to down. Maybe I
Yeah.
don't know when it's happening.
I'm
Yeah,
so,
'cause, like
because it's like if you, because how would you do that? Like it's just,
yeah, like
yeah, because if you're just, I don't know. I'm like so confused right now.
I might have to you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna see if I'm gonna borrow a digital manga, and I'm gonna send it to my Kindle, and I'm gonna see what it's like. Because the biggest thing that I get nervous about is I'm still getting used to reading right to left. There will be some times if I'm like not really paying attention, I'll flip the wrong way and I'll be like, wait, I just saw this. I'm like, wait, what am I doing? And then, and I go the right way. And so I think I'm just not used to it. So it makes me nervous. But the digital one, it's not as easy for you to like find your place because suddenly
Yeah.
you're like clicking. So yeah, interesting though.
Like
Hmm.
the only, one of the like only downsides I've had with my Kindle, like if you click too fast, it'll sometimes skip like 2 pages ahead.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah. Or, like, if I sometimes I wanna go to the top thing because
Yeah.
I wanna, like, search something, but if I don't go high enough, it'll be like, "Oh, next page." I'm like, "No, no, I wanna open the settings thing." And so, yeah, then you have to, like, kinda start looking to see where you were at and what's going on. Mhm,
Like I mean, other than that, like I haven't had like the biggest problems.
mhm,
So like, I mean, other than having to charge it more often because it's like I like to read a lot. So
mhm.
I feel like I charge it more than like I think like the 6 weeks they claim or something like that.
Yeah, mhm. Which I have the opposite. Like, I don't have that problem because I'm still really hesitant to using the Kindle just because if I have the physical book, I'll do that instead. But, like, yeah, like, it has a really long battery life for me, like, too long. So I think it's because I just don't use it enough. But I did take it on vacation, like, I went on, like, a weekend trip, and I was like, "Okay, what books I'm gonna bring?" I'm like, "No, Leandra, you're going to bring your Kindle, and that's the only thing you're bringing." And I was like, "Yeah, this is lovely." Like, I totally understand why people like this.
Yeah, it definitely makes like taking books a lot easier. And I
Mhm.
like to read like the Stephen King books, and
Oh,
his
yeah.
books are like super thick.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Mhm.
doing that compared to my Kindle, of course, it's like I'll either buy it on my Kindle or I'll take it out to
Mhm.
the library. So
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah, and plus, like, if because I do borrow a lot of physical library books, but I'm always nervous about taking them, like, on vacation with me or something, and then being like, "Oh, what if something happens?" So, yeah, it just kinda clears things out being like, if it's a digital borrow or, like, physical like a digital, like, purchase, I suppose, then I was like, "Okay, nothing unless something happens to the Kindle itself, but nothing
yeah,
will happen to the physical book."
I mean, even then, like it's like worst case scenario is like, you're gonna have to buy a new Kindle. Like it's like
Yeah.
your book's still there.
Mhm. Yeah,
Uh,
that's true because it's attached to your account.
yeah,
So, yeah, it's like a nice safe like, obviously, you don't want something to happen to the Kindle because those are pricey,
yeah,
but at least you don't have to worry about, like, "Well, now I've just lost my entire library and I have to start from scratch."
yeah. Because I've been looking at like different e-readers, but it's like I really don't want to have to like buy all those books they have on my Kindle.
Mhm.
I just like
Yeah. So, do you mean, like, a different brand? Like, not a
yeah.
Kindle, but, like, I don't know what the other
I looked
brands
into it because it's like I'm trying to like get away from Amazon, but like
I know. Yeah.
I spend way too much money on Amazon. But like if I did that, like I wouldn't have to
Mhm.
go unlimited. And then like all my books, like it's like I'd have to like rebuy all of them.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
then like,
I feel
like
like that doesn't make sense. Like, there's gotta be some way you'd think that you'd be able to, like, keep your like, somehow have a digital download and then transfer those digital downloads to another e-reader. Obviously, like, anything you got from Kindle Unlimited wouldn't transfer, but
yeah,
yeah. Like, I still haven't I've had my Kindle since January, and I've still never purchased a book. Um, yeah, I've only well, because like I said, I also haven't used it very often, so let's also just be aware of that. But all of my e-reading, like ebooks, have come through Libby, and I
yeah,
just send them to my Kindle. Or I'll see because I have to say though, I do have Prime Reading because I've
mhm,
got Amazon Prime for like my family. I pay for that because I say I'm a student still, even though I'm not. I still have my student email. Mwahaha. So that's why because I've got, Amazon Prime, I've got Prime Reading, which I don't think people really think about very often, but that provides you with a lot of books that you can read. So I've never really had to buy anything yet. We'll see if I end up ever choosing to continue like that, but it does make me nervous, the idea of, like, well, if I buy something, that means I'm buying it from Amazon, which I don't like.
Yeah, like the only one that I found that was comparable
Mhm.
was Kobo.
Yes, I was
So,
thinking about Kobo as well. Mhm.
but like, I mean, they're based in Canada, so I mean that wouldn't be like a huge deal. But like,
Mhm.
how big is like their library and stuff to be able to purchase books?
Yeah.
Like I know, I'm
You'd
assuming
almost
that
have to look into that and see, like,
yeah.
how do they only buy directly from Kobo, or is there I don't know. It'd
I
be
mean, there's
interesting.
probably a way to do it, but it's like I'm afraid to get caught. And
Mhm.
then it's like, what do
Yeah.
you do then?
Yeah, because even I know that also the other alternative, which isn't as nice, from what I could tell, I was kind of debating about getting this, but then it just didn't seem as nice of a device. Like a Nook, right, from Barnes and
Oh,
Noble. But it didn't see, I was just like, I don't see enough people having Nooks. And also just the comparisons, it just didn't seem that great. Also, my Kindle's a children's one.
oh, is it really?
Yeah, I got the kids' Kindle or whatever, which I think it has less space, but I also don't have any ads or whatever that is, because it's viewed as like for kids and you wouldn't want to like advertise to kids. I think that's kind of the Amazon policy. So I literally got the kids one, but that's also because I knew that I wouldn't be needing like a huge library or anything. But it worked out for me. So, it's an option. Mhm.
Something on Libby can only be read on the browser. Okay, using the Libby website.
Oh,
I didn't know they had.
interesting. That's okay. I guess that makes sense though, because it probably is dependent on if they formatted it for
Hmm.
like e-reading or not. Like if they didn't format it, then they're like, yeah, read it through Libby. I guess that makes sense. I have read, you know what, depending on what it is, or even Hoopla, like if I'm doing like a graphic novel from Hoopla, I actually and like how it's formatted and how big the panels are, I will just read it on Hoopla's browser because then I've got the full computer rather than like my tiny like phone, because Hoopla doesn't let you send it to Kindle yet, or like to your e-reader. It just doesn't give you that option for Hoopla, at least unless I'm divulging false information. But I'm pretty sure whenever I've tried, they don't give you the option. Libby does though. So with like that's been fine with me because it's nice and big. It's like we got the full screen to like read it. So it's like, you know, I'm reading it on a screen anyway. Might as well read it on the biggest screen.
I don't think I've ever used Hoopla actually. Like I
Yeah.
mainly just use Libby.
Mhm. You gotta check. You
So
gotta check to see if your library has it, because the other thing too is you can watch you can borrow TV shows and movies instead. Like if you don't want to borrow books from Hoopla, you could borrow like a TV show if you want to try it and see if you like it and stuff. So,
I mean, they have it in like the pamphlets that they offer at the library, so I'm
mhm.
assuming they offer it. But like, I just never like sat down and actually like did it.
Karissa, you
I
need to
don't think
you need to do it. It's totally worth it. It's literally for like I don't really know how it works, but for me, I think it's actually been the best like library options. Like if I'm looking for something digitally, I'll check Libby first because my Hoopla, like my library only offers 4 borrows a month. I think it depends on the subscription service your library, uses. So because I've got like those precious 4 borrows, I'll
yeah.
check Libby first. And if Libby doesn't have it, then I'll like use Hoopla, because they tend to have a lot more options. I think, at least maybe it's just dependent on what you like to read, but I think Hoopla has a lot of great options. So yeah, check it out. See what's available for you.
But like from I don't know if this is like for everywhere, but like my library like pairs with like different libraries. It's
Mm-hmm.
it goes through like this website called Mel, where you can, if your library doesn't have it, like you can request it from a different library.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't know if that's just like where I'm from
Oh,
or if it's just
yeah. No, that's really cool. So ours, we call it ILL, Interlibrary Loan. So it's just like a different acronym, but it's the same thing. Whereas like if our library doesn't have it, we go. because I live in the city of Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania. So it's all of Pennsylvania where you could like get a book from. It's
Yeah.
just like, yeah. So that's cool. I love it when libraries do that.
Like it just makes it so much easier because then it's just like, unless it's
Mhm.
like a brand new release, and then it'll say they're like not requestable from like a lot of the libraries because I
Mhm.
think they would like their patrons to be able to be like the first ones to read it. So like
Yeah. Mhm.
that's the thing that kind of sucks is because it's like I want it for the new release. It's like I don't want to buy it.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, for sure. Well, what shows my library, like the physical kind of DVDs and that kind of thing that they have, it's a lot of mysteries, which I guess isn't surprising. Those tend to be really popular, especially British ones. But like my favorites that I tend to like watch, especially like through Hoopla on that, like Death in Paradise is very fun. Or there's this one, it's British and it's called The Cleaner. Greg Davis or Davies. He's this British comedian. He's so funny. He's the head of Taskmaster. I can't remember um, if Ro, if you are also a big Taskmaster fan. I feel like a few people that we hang out with on sprints are fans of Taskmaster, but I personally really enjoy those. I tend to lean towards like the funny kind of like wholesome stuff. Um, but yeah, like there's also actually a lot of there's this one anime that I am interested in, especially because it's Deaf Awareness Month, and so I've been thinking about watching it because it's based off of a manga series, but there's also a TV show. Or is it a TV show or is it a movie? Is it called The Silent Voice? Let me see here. Yes, it's called The Silent Voice. So apparently, it's a manga series, but it's also a film. And so that's one thing I've been meaning to borrow from my library. I don't actually have a DVD because I don't have a DVD player in my apartment. I don't own a television. So I tend to watch everything on. I know it's kind of crazy. So I tend to
yeah,
watch everything on my on my laptop. Yeah, I'm kind of like this like weird. Whenever I bring that up, people are like, "What?" And I'm like, I know. I have don't prioritize it. I can just watch on my laptop, so that's
I
fine."
mean I have like a little one, like a little TV,
Mhm. Yeah,
but
because it's
like
kind of this nice kind of cozy thing of having it set up and you can like sit, whereas I just usually have my laptop on the coffee table while I'm like watching a film or something. But because I don't have access to like I don't need DVDs, there's no way for me to play them. Especially
yeah,
because like nowadays our laptops, depending on which laptop you have, don't even have the CD thing anymore. That's why I really like Hoopla. And so I actually want to check to see if Hoopla has a silent voice so I can watch the anime. But then I'm always like, do I want to watch the anime or should I actually like? It's kind of the same idea as like, do you want to watch the movie or do you want to read the book first? So I'm like, do I want to watch this anime film first or should I just actually read the manga series first? And then I don't know. I'm still kind of juggling that. I depending on what it is, I'm actually okay with watching the movie first because sometimes you can picture things better too. Like when you're like for like a traditional novel, then you can like you've got characters in your head, you know what they look like as you're like imagining it. But I guess it depends on like the genre, you know.
yeah. Like I really want to watch Misery,
Hmm.
but like I want to read the
Misery.
book
Oh
first.
yeah.
Yes,
Mhm,
it's a
mhm.
Stephen King book.
Stephen King. Yeah.
Yeah, like I think Kathy Bates plays one of the main characters.
Mm,
Like,
mhm,
now
mhm.
that I know that, I've known that for like a long time. So like when I go eventually and read it, like I'm gonna be picturing her as like, even though I haven't watched the rest of the movie yet.
But even yeah, like just knowing the actress, like just knowing the actors, you're like, okay, well, I can already just put them in that role.
Yeah,
So yeah, I think that actually might be good enough. And then because then you can still enjoy the scares because you don't
yeah.
really know what's happening.
I mean, it kind of bums me out, but like it's just like I would love to like imagine the character and then
Hmm.
see how close they got, like the actor or like the actress to the character. So
Yeah.
that's like the bit. That's the thing that kind of bugs me. It's just, I know who it is, and it's just like I can like hear her voice and like picture her and be like, yeah, yeah, that's what
Hmm.
it is.
Yeah. Is it already gonna like alter your perspective? Like, yeah, would you have pictured someone differently, or yeah, imagine them with different mannerisms, and now you're like, well, I already have this is.
Maybe,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know because it's just like I mean I could have, but I just don't know at this point because it's like I already know who just like when I go and back and reread the Harry Potter series. The
Mhm.
Harry Potter series. It's like I just imagine those those
Yeah,
actors.
yeah, you already, yeah, it's not like you can picture anyone else at this
Yeah,
point. Mhm.
like even though the characters are like a little bit different, but it's just like those characters are already there. Like
Mhm.
there's no way I can go and try to refigure it out. I love Elemental, the American Sherlock Holmes. Um, Holmes is a
What?
what? Holmes is a lady in this original.
I'm gonna have to look into that because I tend to really like Holmes modern, like, the modernized Holmes, like the adaptations better than the original stories actually. And I have read a couple adaptations, like, retellings that make Holmes a woman, and I've really enjoyed those. So this is interesting. I didn't realize that they made one, like a TV series, or that yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that. I wonder, is it super new, or have I just been living under a rock? Because that's really cool. Hmm.
Huh? Like I would have never put it together. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not a big Sherlock Holmes fan, so.
Mhm. Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, honestly, I read The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, which is like an original collection of short stories, and I really liked that. But then I read like his first two, I guess you'd call them like novellas. It's called one's Study in Scarlet, the other one's The Sign of the Four, and I was so disappointed. The mysteries were so bad. Like, clearly we've just gotten better, but like what we've readapted them so that there's actually clever mysteries, and like the solutions were often like just kind of, I don't know, like there was either no way for us to know, or like unfortunately it just didn't age well, where there were certain like depictions that were like, well, like this isn't even like fun to read, and it's just, yeah, it was kind of upsetting. So I'm almost like, I really like the modernized Sherlock Holmes. Like I like Sherlock, the BBC's version. I think there's one, wasn't, I think Robert Downey Jr. played Sherlock Holmes at one point. So I'm pretty sure there's like a few other kind of adaptations, but I feel like they always just do it better than the original. Like the original set us up for kind of fun mysteries, but I often wouldn't recommend reading the originals. So you're not missing that.
Yeah. 8 seasons. I meant to say
Oh,
Lost.
are you talking about Elementary? Because I have, is that what it's
Oh,
called? I think,
me
yeah,
and my
because I
mom
have
watched
seen a
it.
couple episodes. Yeah. With who's that actress? She was in what's it called? The Charlie's Angels. I think that's the woman, isn't she? She's the one who plays Watson. Yeah. Yes, Elementary. Yes. Oh my gosh.
Yes,
I need to watch that because like I said, I've only ever like watched a couple episodes randomly, like back when I was living somewhere where that had a TV and it would just be on. And I was like, oh, I should, like, that seems really fun. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it.
I watched the first couple seasons with my mom, and then she binged like
Mhm.
the rest of it because that was like at the point of like when I first like moved out, like the first
Mhm.
time.
Mhm. Yeah, she's like, I'm not waiting for her. I'm just gonna watch all of this.
Because it's like I wasn't like that. Like I was working all the time at that point, and like I
Mhm.
wasn't, even though I only lived like a block away, like I wasn't coming and visiting as often as I could have. So
Mhm.
she just went ahead and like watched it, and she told me it was good. So
Yeah. Like, okay, that's good. Yeah, there are two other TV shows that I started watching with friends, and at some point they just continued without me, so I haven't finished them. One is Game of Thrones, the other one is Scandal. And I've been meaning to get back to Scandal specifically, but it's just when you know that your friends have finished it and you're like, I'm so far behind.
like I really want to watch Game of Thrones, but like
Mhm.
I want to finish the
Yeah.
books first. But like I not reading the books because they're like super chunky. So I
Mhm.
feel like
So
it's like a
long.
lose situation.
Mhm. And I'm pretty sure the TV series went, like, it surpassed the books. Like, the books are still being published, and the TV series is like, we just got to keep going.
Yeah, because I feel like because I don't know if he's gonna like publish what the fifth one. They're four out right now. I think.
I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
I think.
Mm. But yeah, I love the idea of a platonic love too, because I think too often when there is like a duo, no matter who they are, like, you know, whatever scenario it is, if it's a man and a woman, it's just like such a heteronormative expectation. Like, oh, we've got a male lead and a female lead. We must have them in love at some point. When it's like, no, they could just be supportive of each other and like be good friends and see each other as family by the end of the show.
See, yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I like them. They don't always need to end up together.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that's.
But they tend to, right? It's like more often than not, these directors or TV shows, they're like, oh, let's suddenly make this a love interest and add to the tension. And it's like, no, we don't need that.
Or like what drives me crazy is like they start out as friendship and then like either the male or the female lead like somebody else and then it ends up in a love triangle.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the main like female like male and female lead end up together anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it
Yeah.
just drives me nuts.
Or even like you were saying, like it's almost like I don't like it when that's what sparks it. Like one person becomes interested in someone else, and then the other main character suddenly realizes their feelings, and it's like, ah,
Yeah.
really? Like you couldn't like that's not
You
healthy.
could have done that like way before.
Yeah. So it just makes it really weird. So yeah, I actually prefer when they're just like good friends, supportive of each other, and supportive of each other's like relationships. Like when someone else like does kind of come into the picture, they're like, yay, okay, now we're all friends. Yeah.
Like one of my favorites is like when like one of them acts like a sibling and like they can like, sniff like if like their love interest isn't like the best.
Mm-hmm.
That's like one of my favorite tropes. And then it's just like I just like when they're like protective of like that person.
Yeah, like this person isn't good enough for you. Like you should have higher expectations. And you're like, thanks, best friend. Thanks, big brother or big sister.
I just don't like when they're like in love, like have like secret love with it.
Yeah. It just sets up unhealthy expectations too, and like just I don't know, like it ends up being really weird, and they use it as a way for them to suddenly like have tension with each other, for them to be uncomfortable with each other, and it's like this is no. If you guys were friends, you're friends. That's what it is.
That makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So well, if I could talk today, if I could only speak like English.
If only.
I know, right? So, would it be a good idea to jump into another sprint?
Not only a good idea, it would be a great idea.
If I can get this to work, because my computer apparently doesn't like. My computer doesn't like me today, so.
Yeah, I also think streaming like puts a lot on our computers, and I don't really know how it works, but I'm always like, it's gonna be okay. Like, just get through the stream, please.
I mean, and my computer's a little old, so
Mm-hmm.
I just haven't gotten a new one yet. I'm like, I don't know if I want to get a new computer at some point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if it's
They're
gonna be
expensive too. Like, you kind of do. You're like, okay, do I kind of buy like a middle of the road one, or do I get a more expensive one? And it's too much.
Yeah, and I have a Mac, so like they're gonna be expensive anyways.
Yeah.
So I'm just like I've been looking at like the refurbished ones. So I'm just like, I don't know if I want to still like their refurbished ones are still expensive.
Still expensive, yeah. Mm-hmm. You wonder, is like, should I just get new then? In that point.
Yeah. So I haven't figured that part out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I should go back to like a PC.
I have a Microsoft Surface laptop, and I will say it's pretty comparable to like an Apple Mac, and even like price wise they're pretty similar actually too. And I ended up kind of going with Microsoft just because like with what I use my computer for, it made more sense. It also it still had like the USB, which I was like so mad that like Macs don't. Then you'd have to like buy an extra extension to get a USB, and I was like, no, I refuse to buy another Apple product. You know, they should just give us the port for a USB. Anyway, so I don't know. You might want to look into Microsoft because they've got pretty nice computers. I've had this one for a handful of years, and it's been really great so far. It's just a lot of self-research you've got to do, which is frustrating because it's like, who's got time? Who has time for anything these days, let alone sitting down and comparing a bunch of computers?
I mean, for me, like I'd rather have like the memory, like the more memory. But
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
know like how like it's just I don't know like where to go with that, and
Mhm.
I just I guess figuring it out like where to start with it would be a good idea.
Yeah, like Googling a lot of stuff and then like creating maybe a spreadsheet of like your priorities and which devices give you that. I don't know. Yeah, like mine, for instance, like there's gonna be some features that you just don't need, but they come with the computer anyway. Like I have
Yeah,
mine has a touch screen and I'm like, I don't touch my screen ever. Like it was a pointless feature, but like everything else I love about it. So you know what I mean? So sometimes it's
yeah.
expensive because it gives you a million things that you know you're not using your computer
I
to
just
its
seen something
potential.
nicer for me.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
anywho.
But anyways, going on our tangent.
Yep.
Okay. And I will see you guys back in 45.
Alright, see ya.
There you go. Hello.
Oh. Well, hi there.
I didn't let the timer like start beeping.
Mm-hmm.
So there we go.
Yeah, so if we scared Ro or anyone else here, we're sorry with our voices.
I do that a lot. But I'm not nearly as obnoxious as I normally am. So
Yeah, it's a chill, slow Sunday. So we're not gonna throw out all the crazy yet.
they gotta wait till tomorrow. So
Yeah, there we go.
I will take it. But how did that sprint go for you?
Well, I think the last time I was at like 30%, and now I'm still listening to this. I'm at 45, and yeah, like things are happening. The young children are kind of teaming up and realizing they're the only ones who know something weird's happening, so they've got to kind of solve the mystery and like basically like save the neighborhood. So I'm really liking it, and it's really inclusive. We have like a diverse cast as far as like backgrounds go, and there's like really casual inclusion of like LGBT plus kind of stuff where it's not like, hey, look at this, but it's just like casually thrown in, which I really like because sometimes like the more important thing is just to make it normal. So it's like you don't have to address the fact that like these two men are gay. It's like this is his husband moving forward, like whatever. So I really appreciate how the author is like normalizing just everything, and the group of children are diverse because they've all been adopted for like various reasons, which is really nice, again providing that one of the characters, he's deaf, and so all of his adoptive siblings use like they use American Sign Language, and so it's like really inclusive. Like it's just an all around really enjoyable book so far, so I'm really happy with it. How about you? Did you end up picking a different book up, or did you continue with
No,
the season?
I continued with the 5th season.
Mm-hmm.
I read a chapter. I think her name's Demaya. I think that's how
Yeah,
you pronounce it.
yeah, the younger one, right? Mm-hmm.
And like I got to the part to where like somebody is like started messing with her and like
Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah, that's it's so tough because there's so much that happens and so many like sad things happen.
yeah.
And that one, yeah, where she's pretty much like, yeah, being bullied and targeted. And I think it's like because she's quite good at what she does or something, isn't it? It's like she's really good at this orogeny kind of thing. And
Yeah.
so she's become like this target. Yeah, it's very like, I mean, it's obviously not a boarding school, but it's kind of that idea because they all like live together and just instigating. Are you like still finding it interesting at least?
It's still pretty interesting at this point
Mhm, mhm.
because it's more of like we're still I feel like we're still like she's like laying the foundation for something, I feel
Mhm,
like. And like a lot of them are like a lot of the stuff that we're like learning now is going to be important probably later.
mhm.
So
Yeah, and also the timeline can be confusing because Demaya, and there's another one, Sienite, I think. Have you met Sienite yet?
I think so.
They're before the season begins, which like it took way too long for me to realize that. And then the person who's the U format is after. So it's like, because I for the longest time I was like, why are these people so relaxed when the world is ending? And I'm like, oh wait, it hasn't happened yet. So yeah.
Like I'm assuming because there is this one from one point of view where like her I don't know if this would be a spoiler,
Mm-hmm.
but like she found her son was dead, like I think within like the
Yeah,
first.
that's not. I'll say that's not a spoiler because literally it's like the first thing we learn about this book.
So I
Yeah.
just didn't know because it's like I don't know like technicalities, but like
Yeah.
I
I know
feel
it's always tough because some people are like, "Oh, I'm spoiled." Like if they want to go completely blind, well, then it's like, then you probably should be muting us if we're talking about any type of books because we're gonna have to give some details. So yeah.
but I'd have to say Demaya's so far she's my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like her too. It's just she's so young. I feel like I really like children protagonists. Like I feel like they provide a really interesting insight as they're kind of maybe learning what it's like to kind of be surrounded by the adults that have already learned certain kind of habits or expectations of the world, and you can see how like a child is being molded, you know? And yeah, I like her too. I think she was my favorite character in that book too, except for the little boy, the boy who follows the U character around.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
can't
she's maybe like
Paula?
stubborn.
Oh yeah, yeah. She's very stubborn. She's willing to like, even if it gets her in trouble, you know, she's willing to kind of defend herself, which honestly we support. So
I mean, like I draw a fine line between like just being like violent to be violent, or like being, I wouldn't say necessarily violence, but like there's always that point of like you need to kind of do something to like protect
mhm.
yourself a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like it shows like how important context is, you know? Like I feel like Demaya is a character where she pretty much doesn't do anything unless she's being provoked.
Yeah.
And then she might feel like she's like, okay, well, I need to either like outsmart this person or and you know, kind of like figure out a way to trick them or yeah, like defend herself. Yeah. Whereas like what's interesting about her too is that she's so different from I think the other two women characters, probably because she's also younger. Whereas you can like see Sanite has kind of been hardened by a few things, and then Essen, the you person, has really been affected by a bunch of stuff, and so like they're a bit more like Essen's like super erratic, where like she's killing some people left and right. Like if she has to, she's like, you know,
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't want to like double cross some of them in here. So
mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I would be keeping my head down.
I get it. Like this is not a world that I would like to live in.
Yeah, no, it's not a positive kind of it's like I think someone like with its genre, it's like sci-fi and fantasy and dystopian. Like it's all of those things. And as soon as you throw in dystopian, you're like, oh, this is depressing. Okay. Like, all right, we're not prepared for a happy ending. And I'm about to I think Danny and I are gonna read the third book in November, I think. We kind of put a schedule out for ourselves because we kind of wanted a break. If we read like the first book 1 month, the second book another, and we were like, okay, we kind of need a break from this. And yeah, I was like, there's no way this is gonna end happy. Like too much has happened. It's gonna end like where like maybe it's satisfying because you know it was leading up to a certain event or whatever, like you know, but to the point of it being like a happy ending, there's no way I can't imagine it being that way.
So like I really want to finish like these books this year. So
Mm-hmm.
like depending how this ends, like I want to finish it like by the end of December, if not sooner.
Yeah.
That I really don't want to take it into the next year.
Yeah, I think that's a good goal too. It's like a motivator, having it done before the end of the year. Because like also as soon as we get into 2024, there's gonna be a whole bunch of new releases. There's gonna be a whole other excuses for why you're not gonna continue the series, and it's dangerous.
Yeah, I'm ready for it to be over.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
not that it's not like enjoyable, but it's just a lot.
Yeah, it's tough when it's like a piece of literature where like it's really thought provoking. Like it's making you think a lot about stuff. The themes are really important, but to say is like enjoyable as in like, oh, I'm having such a fun time. It's like it's not really fun. Like I'm intrigued. Um, but yeah, like there's definitely kind of a different like I don't know. That's why we need palette cleansers. That's why palette cleansers exist. For like books like this, we need books like this, but we also need the kind of fuzzy, like simpler books too.
Yeah, that's why it took me so long to come back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
For sure.
other than like not reading so much in August.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how I am this month. I don't think I read a lot in August because I was doing the amazing readathon, and I think I'm a bit burned out. So yeah, like I don't think I'll be. That's why I'm also reading really simple, fun, kind of cozy books that aren't going to change the world in regards to like talking about devastating things. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be reading nearly as much, and if I do, yeah, I'm going to be leaning towards the softer the softer books, if we want to call them that.
Yeah, I think I finished 4 books already this month. So like I don't mind like slowing down a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. You're kind of like, "Okay, I've already had a successful month in, like, the first 2 weeks." So, yeah, mhm.
Better than August, so I can't be too upset.
Exactly, but we need those months like August, like, I'm baffled by those who can consistently read so much every single month. It's like, sometimes we need a break, sometimes this is more of a watching month or more of a, kind of decompressing month so we can kinda get excited about books again.
Yeah, that's me.
Mhm.
I feel like it's been a successful day though.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that I feel like, without this, I don't know what I would have done. I probably would have somehow found reasons to do something else, and it would have been fine, but I'm glad that I got to prioritize a little bit of reading, like, even with this audiobook, because it's also due I think it's due tomorrow, so I do have to finish it, like, today or I think it's, I think I've got today and tomorrow to finish it, but then definitely Tuesday it goes back to the library, and there's, like, a few people waiting on it, so, I was like, I need to get through this," and now I only have, I say only, but I have about 3.5 hours left at one time speed, and I'm going a little bit faster than that. So, I know that all I have to do is start doing the dishes and I'll finish this thing. So,
You definitely could get it done today.
yeah. So I was like, as long as I'm glad that we had these couple sessions to get me excited about it. So then, yeah, not a problem.
Yeah, that's why I've been joining so many like reading sprints during the week
Mhm.
whenever possible, and I join mostly on the weekend, so that's when I
Mhm.
can get a majority of my reading done. So
Yeah.
it's definitely very busy during the week.
Yeah. Ooh, look at us. Hello. I know, I don't some of these feature I don't know why some of the things, I'm like, "Who uses that? Who would use that one?" I think we probably can delete them or something or remove them, but, yeah, a few of them, I'm like, "If I accidentally click this, it's just gonna startle everyone. I don't want my face that close to the screen." And I'm like, Why would someone do that?"
I don't know, like it's just I'm just used to doing them by myself.
Mhm. I know, yeah, right? Then you're like, "Okay, there's another screen, another dynamic I've gotta kind of adjust for."
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. So,
Yeah.
I have to keep that in mind and not do that whenever again.
It happens. I still do it, once in a while, or, I think not that long ago, Brittany did it, and she kind of went on, a 5-minute, rant about, "Why is this even a screen?" I think there were 4 of us, and it kind of turned into almost like the phone,
Yeah,
the long ways, and, because our faces were so close talking like this, it suddenly looked like as though my cheeks were touching other people's cheeks, that's how close we were all up, we were like, "Ah!" So, it's honestly, everybody does it once in a while, and it's just kind of a
it's
nice
funny.
jolt. So I think it's fun, actually.
Man.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyways, I think
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna call it a night.
That sounds good to me. I mean, we've been going for 4 hours. This was very productive. We were able to chat a good amount. Now I've gotta do return the favor, and invite you onto my sprint sometime. So we'll have to organize something, and September's just been a weird month for me. I haven't really been sprinting at all in general, on my own channel,
Yeah,
so we'll see how it goes. But I'm definitely intending on having you join me, and then maybe we can have, a few other friends, and it can be, a nice, big group of people sprinting together.
yeah. Sounds like fun.
Mhm.
Sounds like a plan. I definitely like doing them on Sundays instead of Saturday night.
Yeah, I think it's a bit slower, a bit, relaxed. It's a different crowd too, or, not a different crowd, but a different all of us are in a different type of mood. Saturday night, I feel like it's all kinda jams, maybe going a little stir crazy, which is fine, whereas Sundays, it's like, "Okay, let's all have a calm sprint session because we're all dreading Monday." So, yeah.
Mondays are not my favorite days of the week. I feel like
Mhm.
the weekend goes way too fast, and then Monday's here before you know it, and then mm-mm.
Mhm.
Go read it. Or-
Oh, I think he's saying the witch hat
Okay.
atelier, the comment before it. Honestly,
Oh, I
I've
didn't
been
see that.
meaning to because it does look gorgeous. It looked really beautiful. I'm pretty sure my library has it, which is very exciting. So I can like has it physically, so I can borrow it. I also Ro left a comment above that one. It was the Borrow a Boyfriend Club. I looked it up on Goodreads, and it just came out September 12th. So this is a brand new book, and it looks like people really like it. Like it looks really fun. I hope that you're enjoying it too, Ro. Unless you finished it already, then you can give us your full-on views of it. But at the moment, Witch Hat Atelier or Atelier, I guess depending on how you want to say it, that seems like perfect for the season. Perfect for my own reading mood at the moment. So I'll definitely be looking into that.
Dude, I'll take all like the fall and like Halloween books at the moment.
Yes,
So,
anything that's like the season's changing, maybe the leaves, because where I am right now, I don't know, I feel like it's almost been too warm, but the leaves have been changing still, and it's just kind of like it feels like it's happening too early, and I'm worried that when like mid-October happens, it's just gonna look like kind of sad. Yeah. Why is cute. Cute.
I love fall, but I don't like winter.
I
It's like
know.
it's like I love the fall time, but like it's just like I know where it's gonna go, and like winter
Mhm.
always seems so long.
Yeah,
And
it's kind of a sick joke, isn't it? The fact that like the best season happens right before the worst season. It's like, yeah, everything was lovely. And then like, nothing. Now you've got to suffer through winter. And I was like, okay, fine, I
yeah,
guess.
but for me, like it's just like I don't mind the cold. I just don't. I'm not a big fan of the snow because it makes all the
Yeah.
roads so really gross. And
Yeah. You don't feel like doing things outside. If you do, you gotta like bundle up and you kind of get sweaty because you're all bundled up and it's anyway, yeah.
it's a lot of work to go outside.
Mm-hmm.
Come back in like 5 minutes later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but this was lovely. Yeah, thanks for having me on. As I said, I got some productive reading done that I definitely need to do. I'll probably do some stuff preparations like for work tomorrow, but at least I got to enjoy my kind of afternoon on Sunday.
I just like to chill and read, especially since the weather's still nice, and I know I'm gonna be like up starting probably like November.
Yeah, I agree.
We shall see. Thank you for coming. I appreciated it. I
Oh my
appreciate
gosh, of course.
and like be going crazy, but
Oh my gosh, this was like super smooth. This was totally chill. Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I'm not like stumbling over my words as much, and like not as like well, I'm like an awkward person, so
Yeah. You're like, it comes with the personality, it comes with who I am. Yeah. But like it's not a situation of feeling less comfortable with this like StreamYard, for instance. I feel like it's always like depending on how often you do it, it always feels like you're suddenly having to readjust and like remember how things work on StreamYard. But then once you're kind of into it, you're like, okay, but I'm fine with it. So yeah, I agree.
for like that month, like I wasn't doing anything. Now it's just like, oh, well, it's like I figure out how all these buttons work.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, okay, let's remind myself.
Like I feel like I came like out of like felt like I start off like really strong, and then it's just like I need to get to like back where like I'm more consistent.
Yeah. And a lot of people say that it's like helpful when they kind of stream the same time every week or like whatever. Like it's easier for you mentally to be like, okay, this is the day I do this or whatever, too. So your brain's not so cluttered. And that's something I haven't implemented myself that I've been meaning to, being like, okay, is there like a certain time every week where I would want to stream for a few hours? But I think that's one trick to like make sure you're kind of doing it like that if you want.
You're welcome for the sprints. I have no idea when my next ones are going to be. So I have to figure that out.
Yeah. You can just surprise us all. That's always nice too.
I mean, yeah. But like I feel like there's like a lot of people who do sprints in the morning, and then it's like a lot of the ones I participate in. So I kind of don't want to like overlap theirs because then it's just like I like being in their comments too. So
Yeah. But always find those little gaps. The weekends are the hardest to find to like openings because a lot of people stream on the weekends too. But like I think the mornings, it also depends. The mornings you'll get North America and like Europe. But if you do in the evenings, it's likely North America and like Australians. So it's almost like kind of like you got to figure out like where in the world do you want to overlap with, I guess. It's like really weird.
Because during the week, it would have to be like 7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that anyway because it's like super late.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like an old lady.
I get all buzzy like after if I stream in the evening, it takes a lot longer for me to wind down and like relax because we've kind of been staring at a screen, we've been chatting. So a lot of for me, I'm not a huge. I'll stream in the evenings with friends and stuff, but I've realized I'm like this isn't conducive to my own kind of lifestyle because I'll always end up staying up way too late afterwards, trying to like chill out and go to sleep. So yeah.
I completely understand.
But, yeah.
But I will see, hopefully, I will see you guys soon.
Sounds good. I will see you later somewhere on the internet.
Yeah, fair deal.
All right. Have an enjoyable rest of you too. Have an enjoyable rest of your Sunday. Bye, everybody.
Bye.